All right. We got a lot of reformatting to do, so today I'm just gonna be fucking botting it out. I don't know why we don't make that U property. I guess because we don't want it to get garbage collected. But yeah, today I'm reverting back to default mover. I found a caveat. This is something that I really didn't know about. I thought it was a bug that I could have fixed, but it's actually something that can't be fixed. And another thing I'm looking forward to is getting away from like the really clunky designs that I have. So over this next few days, I'm just going to be redoing. It shouldn't be too much work because basically, since I'm using Chaos Mover, it's just an extension of Mover, and essentially everything kind of translates really well. Like all the code kind of translates really well. The thing I'm most looking forward to is refactoring the smart move system and moving away from the baked data and moving to like doing it on like at runtime, which is fine. Technically, it shouldn't be so heavy on this to where the server can't manage it. I probably would do some insights because we had the playtest this past Saturday, and people showed me like their stat anims. The worker thread is working extremely hard. I think that's mostly due to the fact that there are over 300 face bones being processed. So like even though those bones aren't doing anything, every time the skeleton moves or that skeletal mesh moves, those bones have to be queried and updated as well. So it's pretty heavy in terms of like work. But yeah, for the most part, I am excited because I felt the dread the past 2 days, and then I felt the dread like for the past few weeks actually. I ain't gonna lie to you, because I know the way that I'm coding in Mover is the way that I was coding in Chaos Mover was literally just a ticking time bomb. I don't know why this is not a U property, but it bothers me that it's not. So I'm just gonna make it one. I don't know why they chose to make it a like a regular whatchamacallit. So like I said, today is mostly refactoring some of the majority of the code base. A lot of my stuff, like I said, is reusable. So we will. Does this need to be here? A lot of these things probably could be. Yeah, a lot of these things can probably be moved up, except for like the rotational stuff. Yeah, like these things could be moved up. Yeah, I'm gonna make a little base class here for the stuff that I use often. But yeah, the problem, and I probably should say that. The problem that I was having, and it's like I said, I thought it was a bug that was due to me programming incorrectly, but it's an unavoidable side effect of poor prediction. So if we look at, let's just say these are our frames here. And as I continue to grow and understand more about this stuff, I'll probably come up with solutions that could solve this problem. But right now, I just don't have the time or the brain capacity for it. But let's just say these are our frames here from 0 to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 12 here, right? 3, 6, 9, 12, 13. So 12, yeah. So from 0 to 12, let's say on frame 0, a player that we are predicting does a crossover move. They do a crossover. On their machine, they start predicting the crossover. So they start playing the animation, and then they essentially send that move up to the server. The server processes the move when it gets it, and since the server doesn't really care about animation, it's just making sure that essentially what happens on the client's command frame happens on the server command frame. Usually the client is about 5 frames in front of the server, anywhere between 5 and 8 frames, 3 and 8 frames in front of the server. So let's just say in this case it's 6 frames in front of the server. So that means that the server won't run this until frame 6. This will be when the server runs the crossover. And then the client who is watching the like the simulated proxy that is supposed to be doing this move, they won't actually get this move until the server replicates it down, until this frame is replicated down to the clients. And like I said, most clients are 5 frames ahead of the server. So realistically, in your simulation over here where you're watching this guy, you're like viewing this guy that's doing the crossover, you are already somewhere over here in frame 12. You'll get an acknowledged frame on frame whatever this is, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, on frame 6. You'll get an acknowledged frame that says, hey, this guy was doing a crossover. But what you don't understand, and what I didn't understand, is that since animation and root motion are 2 separate layers, there's no way to make sure that when I get this notification, it starts on, like everything starts at the right time. Because when I get this notification, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rewind here to frame 6, and then I'm going to forward predict this guy back up to where I am on frame 12. I'm going to forward predict him. So this means that I'll start the animation here. Like I'll start frame 0 of the animation here, and then on frame 12, 6 frames of the animation will play. But technically we would be 12 frames into the actual evaluation of the root motion. And so what this does is, let's say the animation is 30 frames. We don't actually start the animation until it's basically 12 frames into the animation, and then we skip anywhere between 4 and 8 frames, because depending on when we get this notification, we start right here and then we forward predict up to where we are, which means that we really don't see the beginning of the animation. And also the animation is ahead of where we are, if that makes any sense to you guys. We're on frame 12, but since we got the notification that it started right here, there's not enough time for when it actually started, like when it actually visually started. So if you've ever paid attention in the playtest, you'll see like there's instances where you'll see like the player do a move, but you won't see the whole move. But if you don't know what the whole move looks like, you don't see this as a bug. Since I know what the whole dribble move looks like, I know that this is a big ass issue. Because if you're watching somebody and then you get a snapshot on frame 6 saying, hey, this dude started a crossover, and this crossover actually happened 6 frames ago, but you need to catch up, you'll see the character move, and then you'll see like the animation play behind it. So like the character will move and then the animation will play like delayed behind it. And so you'll see like a crossover move that you can see the physics happening, but the animation is not lining up. So it looks like a bug. And technically it's not a bug. It's doing what is supposed to happen is happening. There is no possible way to make the animation play and keep up with the physics that are out of sync. And the only reason that this is the case is because you're forward predicting the character. Now in an interpolated simulation, the same edge case, the client does their move here, we get the notification on 6 that they did their move, but since we're not forward predicting him up to our future, we're interpolating where he is on the server, and where essentially we interpolate from where he is on our machine to where he is on the server. We don't snap him to the position that he's supposed to be at. We get the notification that he started an animation, so we started here, and then he's still not at the server authoritative position, because you got to remember the way that the server works is the client sends the command the packet up on frame 0, but the server doesn't process it till frame n plus tick offset, basically. So if frame 0 is n, the tick offset would be whatever this tick offset is plus latency. So the server doesn't actually start the move authoritatively until it gets it. So when the server then sends the move down, it is processing, but we're still technically where we're still technically here when we get the server snapshot. Like I said, this shit is confusing because it's basically time travel. We are watching this happen in the past. The server is doing the move for us authoritatively, and then it's sending us the results of that move. But when we get a notification that a new animation has started, we start the animation on the same frame that the server started, and then we let it play out as we interpolate the motion as well. So with forward prediction, this is impossible, basically. And then at higher pings, you'll see less and less of the actual animation play. So if I have, you got to think this is what, 16, 32, 48, 64, 80, right? So this is 80 millisecond ping. At 80 millisecond ping, it'll take basically 6 frames for the server to process, or for the server to receive the message. Now at lower pings, this is not really something that'll affect the lower ping players, but the higher ping players, 60 and up, you'll start seeing parts of the animation. And you gotta think, if an animation is a second long, 80 milliseconds is a lot of that animation, because it's not a game breaking amount, but you gotta think it's 80 milliseconds up and then 80 milliseconds down. So that's 100 milliseconds. So you see the animation 0.16 seconds late, if that makes sense to you. So imagine, what's a good analogy for this? Imagine you were racing somebody, and y'all were looking at each other side by side, but he gets a 0.16 deduction when he crosses the finish line. You still wait, like you don't get that deduction. That's essentially what's happening here. You guys are looking at each other at the same time, but this guy's, his timing is faster than yours, no matter what. So yeah, there's probably a better explanation for that part, but I can't think of one right now. But essentially, when you are forward predicting, and this is something that is even more apparent when you look at the games that use forward prediction. Rocket League doesn't have any animations. If you pay attention to that game, there are no animations that play. Everything is based on physics. Everything is a physical thing. The car flipping. What's good, EW?
Hope you're well.
Yeah, just working nights, man. So yeah, the car flipping is physics. This is not an animation that plays. Nothing that happens with the car is an animation. It's all the physical reaction it's all the reaction to the physics. Like the car moves the way that it does because it's reacting to the physics. So you can forward predict it and you'll get the same outcome with the same timings because it's not actually doing any animation. And then their animation is procedural on top of the result of the physics. And technically in basketball, I can't do that since most, if not all, of my physical parts of the game will be driven by animation when it comes to like dribble moves and stuff like that. So yeah, this is something that I read yesterday when I was pretty much Googling information about jolt mover and I was trying to mix the interpolated timeline with the or predicted timeline, and I stumbled up on some shits that basically said most if not all forward predicted games can't rely on animation to display what's going on, and it's a sad thing. That's why if you pay attention to, like, even Crown Jam, if you pay attention to it, Crown Jam is literally just a Rocket League card. There's no crossovers or behind the back. There's no dribbling or anything like that. It acts like a Rocket League card that's just one of those Fall Guys. And so they use network prediction, physics prediction as well. Network physics is what I was trying to say. So they use that over there, but no animations are involved. The animations are procedural based on, if the guy is spinning, there's like probably secondary motion on his flappy parts and his dangly parts and stuff like that. But yeah, it's an unfortunate caveat. But like I said, technically I was programming in circles with Chaos Mover. So I know the build that I had with regular mover was really stable. Like, it was really stable over the network. When I wanted to start adding physical interaction, that's when I started getting it like a little bit more ambitious. But now that I know that forward prediction is like a non-starter, I can start thinking in the timeline that I need to use. You know what I mean? It's sad because getting the physical interactions for free with Chaos Mover was like a weight off my shoulders. But when I'm sitting there playing and I'm watching somebody dribble and I can see the dribble move starts, like you'll see a dude crossover, you'll see a dude like do a crossover like this, and then you'll see the ball, like, so they'll still be doing a crossover right here. Let's say that this is actually a triangle for them. They'll be doing a crossover here. Then you'll see the ball snap right here because the actual the execution layer is running faster than the animation. And so like this shows you like the time offset where you see the animation over here, but the actual execution of the animation, which is the actual, root motion and all of the authoritative events that need to happen in the animation, they're happening in the future of that animation. And at higher pings, this would be even worse. It would actually look like the game is unplayable, which is something that I can't afford. But enough yapping. I said the way that I wrote this code, it should be really easy to swap over to default mover, and this is why I decided not to try to make my own ability system with Chaos Mover. I was just like, I'm gonna do it inside of the movement modes, just because I knew if anything was gonna go wrong, I didn't want to lose all that work. Man, we're about to cook, man. Get the game stable so I can focus on content, man. That's what I need to do. Get the game stable to focus on content. And there are some really good solutions that Gemini came up with that I need to investigate. Yeah, these are fine. I don't know if they will actually work, but they are really good solutions that could have some really good potential. I don't think we need these. I don't think we need these functions, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna put them up here just so that I can override them in the child classes. Actually, it might be smarter to leave these here. Why is this not constant? This will actually be a U. And we'll do the fault and stuff in a sec. Just so I can have all of the code kind of contiguous here. There was a lot of double dipping that I was doing. But yeah, I hate that I can't get what I want, but I should get something close to what I want. It does bother me quite a bit. Do I already have these? I think I already have these. This is what I was talking about, double dipping. These here. Functions like this need to exist. Guys, I don't really care about that override shit. I don't really use that. And technically, oops. Close this because I'm gonna keep doing that. I don't even think I need these type of things anymore. There's a lot of stuff that I can probably get rid of. Okay, and then this way I can do a little bit cleaner implementation here. Get a little bit swifty in here. Get on the floor. these implementations look like. But yeah, it needs to be like this right here. Come on, bitch. Hey, man, I'm saying. To get a little swifty in here. Swifty. Sit on the floor. We essentially just need to do this everywhere. In this case, it would be we won't actually know if this is grounded friction. Well, technically, I don't think, is there any air friction? Here, I'll just do ground friction. I don't think there's air friction. I think it is. I think it uses deceleration for the air. Technically, I don't think I need to overwrite these, but honestly. Yeah, I don't think these need to be overridden. At least not in the beginning. Oh, Jesus. Whoops. Okay, we gotta do a little bit of maneuvering here. We need to take this and combine it with this. Since I want my own base class basically. But this is an extension of the walking mode. Holy fuck. What are they doing here? But it has like a more simplified code. So it is just a walking mode. That makes, okay, this makes this kind of clunky. Yeah, essentially I can just take this stuff. I don't really care about the base and shit like that. I won't be doing any base movement. But yeah, let me just do this because this is what I have to do next. We'll just take these. We will remove, and I think that I need to do, yeah, I need to do something on register here to get my settings to be right. I pretty much need to copy this right here. Yeah, you can see how much code duplication I have. It was kind of annoying. I'm gonna give this a different name too. It's kind of weird that this is. I mean, technically we don't need these here anymore. Clean this puppy up. We do still want the root motion and stuff like that. I might move this up to the base because you might want to do air root motion too in the future, just so I don't have to duplicate this code. This code looks like it could be the default. We have to move quick here. I want to get this done by the end of the day tomorrow. I want to already be well. Ooh, yeah. There's quite a bit of stuff that we actually have to do. I doubt it'll be done tomorrow. I ain't gonna lie to you. Because I have to convert this whole. I pretty much want to convert this whole thing over, and I might move it to layered moves, where the layered move does the root motion. Because the reason I couldn't do it in layered moves with chaos is because the data that you need to have access to in chaos, you can't access it inside of the async function. So I had to do this basically. But that, if I'm not mistaken, I might sound more.
That one means
Yeah, if
you.
What's good, Meezy? If I'm not mistaken, I believe this might still be the case. Layered moves don't override. They don't do like an override of the velocity. They are only additive to the velocity, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that, because I think I used to do like an override velocity at one point. I think there is an example of an override velocity. Yeah, we're just going to move this stuff on over, man. Clear that up, clear this up. Getting close. For the most part, I was doing my own shit inside of here anyways. For the walking, oh no, this is an extension of that smooth shit. I mean, essentially, they didn't even do the walk. I think they just used the walking mode to have access to the variables. Like no, there aren't any variables. Let me take a look at this other function then. Maybe this uses that shit. This is all math. Yeah, this is pretty much all math. Simulation tick. Simulation tick does run the base movement tick. So it has this. What the fuck is this? No way this is getting serialized. Holy shit, for real? Ugh, hell no. The fuck? Do you understand how much? Get the fuck out of here. In the walking mode, literally doing this. 12, 24, 36, 48, fucking 60 bytes for the walking mode. Are they serious? There's no way. And there's no bandwidth saved here. This is just a full 60 bytes. Why is that the case? If we created or updated the spring state during the generate walk move, we need to copy it into the output simulation state. Yeah, that's not happening. But this gives the sense of a physical character. It interpolates up to the movement speed. It ramps up to the movement speed, ramps down. So I might have to bite that bullet and then just optimize it later. And since I don't give a f about this blueprint this being blueprint accessible. We're just going to raw dog with this one right here. So we'll take you. Make this an override here. Get a little bit swifty in here. Let's grab these. Yes, I'm stealing. I don't really need these two. I was just there for some other stuff. Slim this puppy up a little bit. Damn, they crazy as hell making that shit 60 bytes, bro. Knowing that mover is like extremely bandwidth hungry. I was about to edit this. So yeah, the simulation tick caused the super on the walking mode, so we'll have to do that manually. Which I want to say, yeah, there is no here. You know, this needs to be done last, so we'll put that last, and then we need to steal the code for this guy here. There'll be stuff missing like this capture final state. Don't tell me this is not accessible. Oh, what was I about to say? Let's be able to stay that H. What? Okay, that was definitely where that was, right? Default movement set, modes, smooth walking, state.h. Is that not right? Oh, these are in private. Oh shit. Let's go ahead and swap this out. Should be the same thing, just with a little bit of help on top. Or check policy. Hold on. Yeah, we don't give a fuck about. So if the actor isn't moving, we still may need to check if they have a valid floor. else as if they're on the elevator platform moving up and down. So if this is equal to always or on dynamic base and we have a movement base, do this. But technically, this won't ever be the case. Like if we're not moving, we don't need to check for the ground, which should save us a little bit. And then we just need this capture final state. God damn, this function is so nasty looking, bro. Where are you? Where are you now? So some of the stuff we don't need, like the relative base and all that shit. I don't really care about the base movement. But if Juan, if you're in here, that's some shit that you'd probably be looking for. Yeah, I don't care about this. I don't care about. We just want to do this part right here. About that either. No, we need that. It's doing quite a bit, holy shit. I probably should read this code, but I really don't care. Okay. Submission tick does what it's supposed to do. This does what it's supposed to do. If we see anything wrong, we just come through and step through the code. That's how it works with me. These should be public. Alright, cool. That is that. Now we just gotta make a copy of this falling mode for our airborne mode. Then we can start chopping the block somewhere else. I don't know if we put these here. Smart move. Hey. I believe this is already in the base class. Yeah, don't need that. So it's weird. is actually missing some stuff. That is why code duplication is bad right there. You end up missing stuff. Yeah. This needs to be a U property. Grab that from here because I know I just deleted that from one of these guys. We'll just keep this for now. Shit ton of problems here. I believe this. Okay, this is actually not bad. Here, we can take this up. So, actually, you know what? Since this is using chaos physics, that would probably be a little bit different. They don't check for the floor there. Try move to keep min height above floor. Capture final state. It doesn't look like. I see process landed. This is called. This is called in capture final state. We're gonna need both of these. Basically, this needs to change to a copy of the fallen mode instead of. Essentially, what it is now is the chaos fallen mode, which is doing something a little bit different. Yeah, we got some stuff missing. That's fine. Delegate that virus. Am I a fan of this? I'm not really. I'm gonna skip that for now. Get pretty much all of this. I want to keep this stuff, that's fine. We don't really need trigger the smart move or check for ground. Whoops. Okay, like I said, their fallen and stuff is a little bit different. Simulation tick is a little bit different than chaos mover. So we'll take this stuff, and then we still want to include our logic for where is it at here? Rotating in the air. So I'll put this up here for now. I think a lot of this code is really similar. Like, almost all this code is similar. I think the only thing that's done different, I don't think there's really much done different there. Air control percentage. Set gravity here. The only thing that's different is this shit right here. That's the chaos mover stuff. And then we need to call pretty much all of this code. Don't need it. Don't need it. So we do need, okay, so process landed would actually be the function that we call. Should remain upright. That's a variable? What is this variable at? Okay, let me take a look here. We need capture final state and process landed, and then here this is where we would we need to make that virtual, and then pretty much just clean this up to not have. I say I don't really care about the base stuff. That's just them trying to support more things. I know I don't need any base stuff. Like I'm not gonna be on a base. And then like if I do something like that where it is, you know, like a character riding on a magic carpet or some shit, I'm literally just gonna, if anything is done like that, I'm not gonna be using mover. I'm pretty much just gonna be using like some simple ass movement code. But maybe in the future. And if I do use it in the future, it's pretty simple to add it.
Yo.
What's good,
John
Kobe?
Dos Santos 9178. Yo, what was the problem?
Oh, I had explained it earlier. So no matter what, if I wanted to do, whether I wanted to use chaos or if I wanted to use jolt, in order for the physical timelines to be aligned, you have to forward predict every other physical object in the world. And so that's fine for the basketball, since the basketball just moves with velocity. But since the players use animation to drive velocity, and the animation layer is separate from the actual execution layer, meaning I could start an animation on frame 0. I would be playing that animation from frame 0 to frame 6 at, let's say I got 80 ping. It'll take 6 frames for this message that I started an animation to reach the server. The server would then begin to process the move. It wouldn't play that. It wouldn't care about the animation. It would just process the move that the animation is tied to. The move would be in the sync state. So at frame 12, like, how can I put this? Like I said, this is time travel. So at frame 6, your client like is at frame 12. So when you receive this update that, hey, this character back here, whoever this guy was who did this crossover, you get that at frame 6, but you're 6 frames ahead of the server. So you got to rewind back to frame 6, start the move, and you can see where the problem is. I would start the animation on frame 6 here, and then I would forward predict back up to frame 12 where I am, and then I would continue on. So essentially, I would start the animation and then chop it up to like 6 frames up to where I'm at, and at higher pings, this length gets bigger. And this is really it actually is more frames than this, because this is there's a tick offset plus your ping. So there's like a built-in tick offset that keeps you and the server from bumping into each other, and there's the latency problem. So this is actually more frames, and at higher ping you'll see the animation like chop worse. Basically, low pings is not too bad, like if you got like 40 and below, but most games I play, I'm at, even if I'm playing on a Dallas fucking server, I'm like 60 ping somehow, 65, 45, 55. It depends on the server, I guess. It depends on the server provider, I guess. But essentially, no matter what, the biggest problem that I was having, which is like the players, you looking at the player, their animation is like glitchy. I'm using air quotes. That's unavoidable if you're using forward prediction. And physics, player-to-player physical interactions don't work out of the box in interpolated mode, because of course the thing that you were looking at is in the past. So if you try to physically interact with it in the future, that's going to cause you to have a correction when the server gets to that frame that you tried to physically interact, because technically that thing that you're trying to physically interact with is not really there. It's somewhere else. It's just that the server's you're interpolating to the server's position. They might not be way off, so it might not have that much of a jitter. But if that's the case, I might as well just go simulated, go through the interpolated, I was about to say simulated, go through the interpolated path, and then have a different solution for player-to-player interactions, which came up with some clever ones last night, which is more like this type of thing here, where you give yourself a buffer that is enough space for basically you want to have enough space to allow for the message to travel, and you never really physically collide these two things together. Basically what happens here is that each one of these each one of us, we're forward predicting our movement, and we're also forward predicting that we are overlapping this sphere, like this bounding sphere, and we'll start slowing ourselves down so that once we actually reach each other, it would be as if we were physically interacting with each other. And then there's another layer on top of that to push and affect the player's like actual velocity. But we'll get to that. That's a little bit later, after I fucking swap everything over to the interpolated path. So who is fucking bound to this delegate? Like, who is bound to that delegate? I don't think anybody's bound to this fucking delegate. But I can make my own. I feel like I don't know why they didn't put this on the mover component instead of the movement mode. It just doesn't make sense. Why is that delegate there? Who is going to bind? I guess it's if you were in Blueprint and you wanted to do something when the player landed inside of the Blueprint. I guess that's why that's there. I don't really need that. That's not important to me.
At John Dosantos 9178.
So I'll just get rid of this.
No lie, I understand.
Yeah. If I also said earlier that the games that are taking advantage of the forward predicted physics, they don't have animations. Like Rocket League doesn't have animations.
At John Dosantos 9178. I wish Mover had
Whatchamacallit,
gas support
what's
out
that
of
other
the box,
game?
man.
Fucking Crown Jam doesn't have animations. I wish Mover had gas support out of the box. Yeah, I don't think you need gas for that. I mean, if you like programming in blueprints, I can understand that. I can understand why you want gas, but if you don't actually care about blueprints, you can write your own. Like I said, you can use the movement modes to do all your abilities. Realistically. You can just use a layered move to do like some really extra. Like I really don't see any edge case where you can't either use a movement like a dedicated movement mode or a layered move to do an ability. Like there's literally, give me any ability right now. I'm telling you, there's you can either make it a distinct mode that you go into, and then you have like a complete state, like a complete state machine that's its own thing, or you can do it additively on top of what you're doing and inside of a layered move. There's no edge case where you can't use either one of those, I don't think. But give me a challenge, I guess. Any ability that you have in the game, I'm pretty sure it could be converted.
At John Dosantos 9178. And like Chaos Mover seems more for more simple games.
Yeah, I was reading that article and they said that they're writing it for competitive games, but the fact that your games can be animation heavy means that it's being made for Fall Guy type games, like Fall Guys. You know what I'm saying? It's not being made for fucking. Oh, you know what I should call on player landed. That's what I should call.
It's not that. At John Dosantos 9178. I just want to build a lot of abilities and effects and pretty quickly.
Yeah. That's a good reason for gas. Yeah, it's a lot easier to do stuff. Gameplay effects, gameplay cues, and all that shit. You don't have to like be creative or anything. Like, I'm not trying to say that you're not a creative person. I'm just saying you don't have to think outside the fucking box. You can just use that. But I would still say that Kai's implementation of that shit is really good, and it works really well. If I were maybe 4 months ago, if I were 4 months ago, and I would get my head out my own ass, I would have just used that. I don't know if he's still updating it. You probably have to engine lock. That's the only thing you probably have to engine lock. But the main reason I didn't want to use it is because
at John Dosantos 9178. And I've used gas since Lyra came out, so I'm so much more used to it.
Yeah. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie to you. I understand. Like I spent the whole year writing my own mover gas, basically. My own mover gas, so that I could do exactly that.
Kai's implementation I would have to update to 5.8.
Yeah, I think it's 5.7 right now. I think his original implementation is 5.6, and somebody in the Discord actually updated it to 5.7. I don't know if they updated it to 5.8. I mean, but the downside to using that is that if you use like state trees or mass, anything like that, you have to bring those plugins into your project, because those plugins have a dependency on gameplay ability system. That's the reason I didn't want to use his version. I just used my version and just took stuff from his version. But realistically, if I didn't have so much functionality right now, like, I would go back to my old ability system, because it's just like gas. I think I got some videos of it. It's pretty much gas, like, not even lying to you. It's a little bit different, but it is pretty much gameplay ability systems. gameplay effects, gameplay cues were there. Some of the solutions I would say are kind of chunky, wonky, but for the most part, they were pretty solid. I would have to look at it like a live stream or some shit.
At John Dosantos 9178. Your mover gas would make so much money.
You can't sell it. It's not sellable since it's using since it uses Unreal Engine code based, like since it uses code that's in the Unreal Engine source code. That's why Kai released his shit for free. Oh look, switching out chaos physics with Bullet. New year, new physics engine. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie to you, I don't feel like doing that shit anymore. What the fuck was this? Making gameplay animations in Houdini. October 16th. When did I start this? Maybe here. There's probably some stuff in here. Back then I was doing this, not Kai, but Squirrel was telling me that I should just do stuff with the code and shit. Goddamn, the retwist was on fire. I guess this was right before Halloween or after Halloween.
Because we might be missing the exact frame.
Hey, you see here, look at this. Look what was about to, y'all don't understand, bro. I was about to be doing some crazy shit in this game. There's about to be power-ups and shit, stamina collections. I was about to make this game like Rocket League. Yeah, Squirrel's him in his stadium. Yeah, I don't think I actually did anything inside the ActionScript in this video. I don't know what video I have done that in. Customizable characters, mutable. It has to be like gameplay stuff. Here, actually, yeah, here it is, right here. Oh, this is when I was trying to get it over to Unity. I actually done a lot of tech work. But there's something in Unity's build system that's kind of weird. Damn, did I not? Whatchamacallit? These titles are funny. Okay, this has got to have something in it right here. Duncan layup system. Alright, let's see. I'm still using layered moves and stuff, of course. Hey! This. Damn, did I do this in C++? Wait, what was that? I just saw it. I just saw a graph. Here it is right here. This is the graph right here. It's basically It is basically fucking gas. It's got the same like functionality, but the functions run a little bit different. They have to run a certain way. Essentially, they have to run in the fixed tick. They can't just run out of bounds. And actually, according to Kai, they can run out of bounds, but that shit didn't work for me. I would always have problems. Like I'd have like my sync state would be out of sync if I did stuff out of bounds. So I just did everything inbounds, where essentially the server, the client, and the SIM proxy would all trigger the code inside the tick instead of trying to do it anywhere else, because anywhere else means shit has a chance of it's called I forget the term for this. But there's a chance where if you do something out of bounds, it'll get stomped by something else. But yeah, I might go back to that if I start seeing a reason to. I actually want to redo that code base a little bit better, because to me it was kind of trash. I had a lot of little wonky things about it that were kind of annoying. Okay. But it worked really well. And when we did playtest, there were bugs, but there weren't like visual glitches. They were just like actual gameplay bugs, which is expected in a game that's still being developed. This is virtual void, so we'll just move all that stuff over into there. All the code that's called on player landed, we'll just move it into that process landed. Actually, there might be, hold on, I gotta double check on that, because there might be some specific stuff that I'm doing based on that shit. Now that we got our base classes all ready for regular mover, we need to go in and go into this the action systems movement modes, because some of the mugs, they might just be, yeah, if they reference this or use the chaos mover simulation, which what was I doing this for? It seemed like a waste of my time. Yeah, stuff like this, the sim inputs, we don't need that anymore. We can just get the data right off of the mover component. Ah, thank God. Thank God, dude. I'm still gonna keep this simulation. I just changed it over to this kinematic. I actually need to work on that. But yeah, here we can just get the mover component. Oh, that's beautiful, man. I really did despise how I had to program inside of it's unnatural to program like that. Choose ours. Shit is unnatural, bro. So we don't actually need to do this like this anymore. We can just queue. What the fuck did I call this simulation? Sim. We don't even need to do this anymore, I don't think, since it's not chaos. Just do it like that. Takes the scheduled instant movement effect. Game thread staging, right locks. Nice, that's pretty cool. And it takes a t-shirt pointer. What does this take? F schedule instant movement effect takes a T. Can I just wrap this? No. I'm not liking this. I think these are still written to be safe for thread safe simulation level staging queues. Yeah, it's better to just use the mover component. No more of that. No more of that, baby. Alright, let me go to this damn simulation class because it has the most bugs right now. It's actually, I ain't gonna lie to you. Oh my goodness, this might be trash to do. There is so much code that is here. That okay, do they have rollback stuff in here? Rollback. On simulation rolled back. Okay. That's what it's called. Make a version of this that provides the previous state as well. Why do we need the previous state? So this should actually be on simulation rolled back. And it takes in the time step and the previous sync state. Why is this override not right? Oh, it's aux state too. Say that. Does nothing. I guess we should keep that there in case they add some shit. So we don't actually know the invalid state, which we don't even use the invalid state here. So we'll just remove that. I actually don't know. That's just like legacy, I think. I don't know why it's in there. I don't know why we need the old state. Get rid of this guy. Okay, this is gonna be tough, bro. This might be the hardest class to do. On pre-simulation advanced simulation, on post-simulation advanced. Okay, we'll do that like that on pre-simulation advanced. In fact, let me just do it like this. don't have access to the simulation tick. On simulation. Alright. Pop this in there. You see all those errors? You see all them errors? Lord have mercy. Good. I wish my wife was in here so she can hear me say that. Have tick start data. I want to get my way. Start data. Oh, we already have our start data. We don't need to make this cool. Get rid of you. Like I was saying though earlier, I was saying that a lot of this logic is we should put this in here. A lot of this logic easily translates. Or we can just do this to try not to fuck around with them. What? Oh, we're editing this still. A lot of these functions that I have now are like helper functions. So we take the current sync state, which we should just do here, and data dot sync state. Get rid of this. Oof. This might be my biggest hurdle. Is there not an init function on this? It does have. Damn, it doesn't have a whatchamacallit though. An override. There is an init function. Just doesn't let us do anything with it. Isn't that great? Isn't that dumb? Why wouldn't they make this virtual? Or at least give us a way to pipe into it. I mean, a lot of this stuff though, I initialized because I couldn't access it from the fuck? What is this? Well, this is supposed to be the build type. This is pointless. Yeah, a lot of this stuff I do it this way because you can't like get the game state inside the physics thread. You can't get the basketball goal pointers inside the physics thread. So I had to cache it like this. It is, I ain't gonna lie to you, it's optimized to do it like this because something like this, the basketball goes center never changes. Like the center of the rim never moves. So like to make these like static things is actually the optimized way to do this, so I don't have to deal with like cache misses trying to access this at runtime. I can just access this data So it's not bad to do this. I think something like this is still necessary too. Like telling the ball that it should never sleep. And this happens on the game thread, so it should be fine. Should be fine for me to still call this stuff. But we don't have this init function. Unfortunate. Okay, I'm gonna look into that later. Take the override off just so that pop up. And we gotta do something about the simulation tick. 'Cause I don't think we have. Hold on, I guess. I guess we can call this logic in post simulation tick. I'm guessing that's something we can do. It looks like I did my logic before the simulation ran. So technically, would it be pre-simulation? I don't know. Would it be pre? I don't even know if we do this anymore. Honestly. But let me stop thinking and move this to a place where it's compatible. Can't really use this anymore. So what happens here? Nothing happens there, but I would suggest that we do this work before we do anything else. And then input data would come from the start data. Current sync state is actually the end data dot sync state. I'm hungry. Mover starting sync state is equal to. Now, this is because I wanted to alter the sync state before we ticked this the state machines. That kind of okay. So this leads me to say that this work needs to be done like this needs to happen before we tick, so that we can alter the sync state here with this stuff. Do we have access to our mover component here? We do. Hey. You next mode. Okay, we do this. What else needs to happen there? Don't need this. Don't need you. This will be the start data. This will be the end data. And we don't have to fill this out. It's already happening. Okay. Got a big ass fucking hurdle of inject data into local sync states. Doing this on the game thread. I don't think we ever called this anywhere. This might just be some stuff that I did just in case. So we'll get rid of this. That's like an out of bounds thing. Oh yeah, there we go with this crap. Let's get rid of that. So many errors. 36, not too bad though. So get own gameplay tags would actually, technically I would just return, yeah, technically I would just return the mover. This guy like that. Yes, sir. Okay, let's put world in its own thing here. And God, debugging is gonna be so much easier. Holy. I am looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to stepping through my code and saying, okay, the server is running here. Okay, the client's running here. That's the problem. Golly, man. Y'all don't know the stress of trying to debug some shit that says out of context, like no world context. You don't know if it's the server or the client. It's just some random shit happening. Yeah, we don't have this event shit anymore. We can literally just call these things directly. Oh my God. Yes. Now the event system, don't get me wrong, the event system was pretty cool. It was not a bad thing. Wait, is this regular mover stuff? Yeah, that's regular mover stuff. So how do we add events? Do I do it through the mover component this time? Mover component. Where do you add an event at on the regular joint? Okay, we'll look into that. I don't gotta do that anymore. Now, in fact, that code still worked. Oh no! See, this was probably causing crashes in the cook bill right here, because that's a T-week reference of a U object that I'm trying to access in the fucking physics thread. God. Y'all don't understand, bruh. I was struggling, baby. I was making it work though. I had a feeling I needed those there. Does this exist? It doesn't. This probably doesn't exist either. Nope. So we can pretty much just get rid of these functions. We'll end up having to redo this somewhere else. Alright, we went up in whatchamacallits, but it's because we added these where we have to start passing the params around. It's by reference, so it's not too bad. Don't care about the add events right now, those will okay, that means this function needs this. A lot of this code, I don't think that I could access it. I don't think I can do this. I'm not 100% sure I can do that in default mover. We'll have to check that out because I'm pretty sure I can't do that. I am tired. We should be getting down to where the only problem is that we don't have the add event function, which I don't know why they didn't, why they don't have that for the regular mover and they have it for chaos mover. Don't really make too much sense. I'm hoping we can still launch the ball. Say add event, add events. This needs params. Okay, that's not too bad. Again, I don't know why this add event stuff is not something that is, but you know what, we could just do this. We could say mover comp, and we should be able to just call process events, but that's not a public function. Of course they didn't make that public. Of course. So we gotta, there is a process events here, right? What? Oh, that's on the chaos mover component. Son of a bitch. No, it's called process simulation event. That's what it's called. It is protected. Okay, so on my basketball mover component, I'm pretty sure I can just move that public and I'll be able to call it. Oh wait, do I already have that in there? No shit, I already got it. Okay. Well, that's kind of dumb. Why is there not a ad? Oh, this is reference. Okay. Oops. I feel like I already did this. Or did I not? Oh my god, is this really public? Or did I just make it public? Yes! Thank you. Thank you, me. Can I send this a notification like this? It works. No, it doesn't. It says this t-shirt pointer needs to be of F mover simulation event data. Okay, we gotta look at the chaos mover sim. What caused this dog? It's crazy that we don't have this function here. So I guess we just gotta call get.get, maybe. No? Oh. How's it working over here though? The dereferences it. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, this should. Oh, okay, that's so weird. I think the problem is that these events don't rewind. Because if that was the case, so events from this simulation update, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that the physics thread is what manages keeping these events. So maybe the events system is not like the best thing to go through. I have to look into that. I feel like that's gonna be a problem. Okay, I mean, I'm cool with that. Just gotta do a little bug testing there. This needs to be a new character component. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Epic Games. Are we serious? I have to make a whole child class? Override this with my own class? Do they hate me? I mean, I think I have my... Do I have my own basketball back end? Oh Jesus, this one's doing a lot of work. This actually needs to be a mover network prediction liaison component. And then essentially we need to set our simulation class here, like so. Produce input data doesn't exist anymore. which we might be cucked here a little bit. Not gonna lie. This should have access to the mover component, right? Yeah. I can't remember I was calling this function out. Let's just change all these to oh shit, we were calling this here on produce input data. I think this was running on the game thread, that's why I was doing this here. But essentially all this logic can just get moved to the simulation, honestly. Since we are now on the game thread. So we can come here and then in pre-simulation advance, we would essentially call all of this shit here. This way, all this is handled before we go into a tick. Oh. The fuck? You're dead. You're gone. I think I didn't call the super for a reason because it does something. Yeah, it does this, and I don't want to call this. I want to do that on my own. But technically, hold on. All of this is fine. Yeah, that's fine. We can just call it super here. Okay. Well, this is where it gets funky. Funky, 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 funky. Take these puppies. Take them over here. I'm feeling the hunger. It's not safe for you here. The fuck? How'd I get this far? Oh shit. Whatever that is, probably not gonna compile. There is so much code in here that is written only because I have to write it like that. Like the knockback requests, we don't have to do that anymore. We could just do it. We could just do it in the movement mode. We don't gotta do a queue up for a knockback request. Like, of course, we wouldn't predict knockback requests. We would only do it on the server, then let the server interpolate. But my goodness. Excuse me. This is a fucking, whatchamacallit? We don't really need to do these things. Well, we need to do this. This is something that needs to happen. Like after everybody has sent up their request to collect the ball, so that it's fair for everyone. It's not just whoever sends the input, whoever sends it first. Okay, this should actually be in data then. Actually, I don't think I can write anything to the input command here. We gotta change the way that this is thought about. Knockback request, I'm just going to remove that. We don't actually need that. We don't need to do this at all. Literally only exists because you can't directly modify somebody's mover component safely inside of the physics thread. What's this junk up here? So basically this needs to write it needs to write this to the sync state, because I think what I was doing for the basketball claim, since we were replicating we would do this right here, but this just needs to be something that we add to the sync state. Or we could just write it directly to this instead of doing this. We can pretty much do this functionality inside of here. Yeah, after we decide this, we just want to know who the winner is. At the end. Write this directly to the sync state. All right, cool. There's actually something that I want to do here. This actually should update a global. This should be in the actor or the player state. Not gonna front, bro. 2.5 hours have done quite a bit. Of course, there's still stuff like this need to be destroyed. There's still some stuff that's kind of weird. Like I know, like I got to go through all of these movement modes and make sure that they're not doing something with Chaos Mover, basically. Like when it does stuff like this, or, you know, even when it tries to do something on the sim, but we still might need the sim for some cases, so it is good to have that. We can do params. So technically what we could do here is just get the mover component. You see, we doing chaos traces. Ah, okay, that's why that was bugging out. But this wasn't turned on. Okay, so let's get this half radius. Oh, this is using the face, basically. Okay. We got new capsule component. Do this if we're the authority. I wonder, do these traces still work the same? Like if I just use a regular, like if I just use this sphere trace instead of doing the wrapper sphere trace, is that the same thing? I wonder if I can get away with that. I'm pretty sure I don't have to change the traces. Like they can all be the same. So I think at the end of the day, all trace functions route to this stuff that I'm calling right here. So basically what I would want to know on this hit, I do want to do this, and then I want to only do this if our owner has authority, like only do this on the server. It's basically a gameplay queue right there. You know, technically, if I'm being honest, I could use gameplay queues. I could essentially, the way that I could do it is I could, since gameplay queues are cosmetic, and I make sure that I don't do anything, you know, authoritative, like something that is going to affect the sync state inside of a gameplay queue, I can use gameplay queues. And realistically, if you be honest, you can use a gameplay ability if you don't want it to affect the sync state. Gotta walk around a little bit, been sitting down for a while. But yeah, realistically, you can use gas, it's just you won't rewind gas. Like if your gas applies a gameplay effect or something like that, you can turn off the replication. What you can do, I think what you can do is actually turn the replication off for gas and then just call, like fire the gameplay ability, but you can't do anything latent. So like your gameplay can apply a gameplay effect or some shit like that. But it would be hard to keep those in tune without the sync state. Yeah, this refactor shouldn't be too bad, honestly. I don't have to change any of my traces. I don't have to change much of my movement logic. It's really looking good. I could probably like boot up the editor. There's probably gonna be some issues, maybe with smart moves, but I'm not gonna think about smart. I might do smart moves tomorrow. That way, today I could make sure that all of the mover and movement stuff works. But yeah, realistically, I should just be able to. I should be able to do everything pretty straightforward. Now, how it would look in multiplayer is a whole different question. You know what I can add to the network prediction? I think I can add a singleton state. How would I do that though? Like after you simulate tick everybody, after you do this, you update a singleton state. Where would it live? It would have to live on some kind of component. I guess you can give the game state a network prediction component, or it has to be a place where the client can predict it. That's a player state, player controller, the actor itself. But any other net mode, I'd be the simulated proxy on it. So yeah, the best for me, for anything singleton, like knowing who owns the basketball and all that shit, I wouldn't necessarily keep it in the sync state because of the fact that every client has to, every client pretty much has to process that, and they can process it wrong. But the server processes it the same way. It's just that you gotta think, for every client, the server's processing that same query, and it kind of sucks. So there should be something where maybe I have like a world subsystem of some kind, and then that world subsystem does it operates on. No, I don't think I can do that because I need to alter the sync state. And that's the thing that alters the sync state needs to have a simulation. The thing I could do is if you make a variable on rep and the client changes the variable and then the server updates the variable, but there's no difference, the on rep won't fire. But if there's a difference, the on rep will fire, and you can update something based off the client. So technically I could do all of the basketball management on the game state without needing to like operate on the sync state. It's just I'd have to do that before the next the way that it's working now is all the clients send through their input that they want to interact with the ball. That input gets taken and put into the output state. The next frame, that process pending possession request gets processed, and we take a look at every single player's output state, and then we pretty much decide who wins the ball, and every player puts that into their output state for the next frame for who wins the ball. But they also predicted too, like they predicted who wins the ball. So if I take that same concept and do it in like the game state, where before, like inside the network prediction, how can I do that? Inside the network prediction world manager, I can have a function that takes all of the data, takes all the sync state data, takes that and looks at, actually I'd have to take the array of data. Could I do that? I take the array of data, like pack that up and send it to the game state or whatever's listening to it. It would be like some kind of delegate. It'll be like, hey, on like pre game world tick or pre simulation tick, something like that, or something that I could bind to in the game state. The game state will get that data, do that possession request, and then put that information into a variable that is cheaper, because you gotta think, this is the stupid thing about network prediction is, so if I have 7 players, let's say I have 6 players, whatever the state of the ball changes, there's an update on my sync state and every other player's sync state. We all have the same data. We should all have the same data, but I'm getting replicated 5 other people's basketball ownership sync state, and the server has to do that for every player. So for player 1, the server has to send them 5 instances of the replicated state for the basketball, and it has to do that for every player. So it's sending it 30 times, and you can think that adds up on the egress side. So something that's like global like that, where the server will decide what it is and the clients can predict what it is, but ultimately the server needs to make that choice of who wins it. I don't need everybody to have a copy of it. I just need everybody to be able to access the replicated copy of it. So putting it on the game state as a global thing will, one, reduce the bandwidth that's necessary for the ball, because that's another thing. That shit is good. The network prediction is so trash. It has its cons. It has its pros and it has its cons. One of the cons is that you can't really manage global data. But something like ball possession, what's another global thing? Like the score, what's another thing that's global? The shot clock. Now, don't get me wrong. The shot clock can be ticked. It could be iterated on from the network prediction tick, but the actual value of the variable needs to be global, because we don't, like, all of us players don't need to all have a copy of it. We just need the one place where it is edited by the server. Sorry, I'm stuttering and shit because I'm pacing. But yeah, those are 3 changes I need to make so that PvP can not be so expensive. Because right now I don't really care about it. Like, I don't care about the bandwidth, but in the grand scheme of things, you know, there's a byte for knowing. There's 4 bytes for knowing the player ID who owned the ball. There's 4 bytes for knowing the player who last owned the ball. There's I think there's 4 bytes for the last person who touched the ball. And you gotta think that 4 is getting sent 30 times. That 12 bytes is getting sent 30 times. So for player A, or for player 1, the server sends him player 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6's version of that replicated data. So that's 5 times 12, which is what, 60? So 60 bytes per player, and that's 60 times 6. So that's 360 bytes for nothing, for something that should just be 12 bytes. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a huge saving if you think about it, because the basketball is being updated, and since there's no delta serialization, that's happening all game. And if you do the math on that, that's probably one of the heaviest things that could be optimized in the sync state. Like if you do the math on that, you got 360 bytes every net update times, let's say this is a 360 every net update. There's 60 net updates a second. Hold on. Times 60. Whoops. God damn, can I stop pressing 9? Times 60. And then you multiply this times how long you're in the server. So we're in the server for 60 minutes. That's a fucking megabyte right there. I think this is actually, hold on. Let's convert this to, I think that is a gigabyte. I'm not even capping. I think that's a gigabyte almost. Okay, this is 1.296 megabytes. So it's not a lot of data, but that's still a lot. When you are looking at this realistically, when it should be 12. The player only, the server only has to send this once to the 6. So it should be 12 times 6 times 60 times 60. So it's almost 10 times as much data. So yeah, 0.25 megabytes, which is, like I said, everything counts. Every single piece of data counts. But yeah, that's something I want to do too. But yeah, let's just keep going through these modes. What is this? Yeah, that's not nothing. That's knocked mode. Okay, one thing I am concerned about is that some of these, excuse me, some of these sync state things, I think they have nothing to do with chaos. Okay, yeah. Go through all of these, make sure that nothing crazy is going on inside of them. So we don't actually need to check for the ground anymore. Since this is an airborne mode, we can just say process landed. Instead of doing this code here, we do this here. Okay, our process landing needs to be a little bit different. Let me see here. Where's this get call from? Okay, we can just do. This function is not helpful either. Whoever wrote this fucking function is a goddamn weirdo. this code needs to be. This needs to be done in like most modes, most airborne modes, like dunk, layup. Oh shit, there's a lot of stuff wrong with this. I don't think this is called anywhere anymore. I'll re-implement this if I see I need it, but doesn't look like I do. Just need to swap all these things since the simulation is not something that is easily accessible. Pretty much need all of these functions to take in the params. Is this really what this said? Biting my nails heavy. So this one doesn't actually need the params. This needs the generated. Needs this guy. Wait, what is this man? You just start data. I need to make this a function because I could see myself calling this a bunch of times. What is this code? Yeah, I'd just be saying anything. The height offset value would be the what does that mean? Oh, they can do param, not start state. Getting closer. This needs the simulation tick params. And then this needs the start state. Alright, that's that guy. Layup should be pretty clean. Yeah, so I kind of just used the homing mode for that. Move towards target. I mean, this is called the super anyways. Anything that's called a super, I might as well just get rid of it. Bye. Bye-bye. Alright, moving on. I mean, I guess I should look at this mode. This mode didn't really have like anything crazy in it. It's basically just a walking mode. Yeah, I am definitely needing to make this a fucking, whatchamacallit? Or I can make it a function on the mover component, on my mover component. It's just better if I put it on the on here, this guy. So it'll be add event, taking a const shared pointer of f mover simulation event data. And then basically we'd say if use basketball mover component, this is equal to get mover component. I think I can just pass this guy in. Oh, it needs to be dereferenced. Hold on. Okay, then I could make it a little bit easier on myself. Alright. I did this, did these. Gather. We still gotta do the transitions, but I'm just going through all of the movement modes first. Transition to new movement mode. This doesn't do anything, so I'm not even going to try to fix it. Other than that, it should be pretty clean. Yeah. We're not using the chaos motor simulation. This should be context, simulation. Get rid of this guy. And that's it. Everything else should be how it is. Grab bow. I think this is just a transition. I think we just got to go through all our transitions and make these U movements mode transition like that. There's probably some logic in here that, you know, where this should have the sim context. Yeah. I don't care about that. And now I can actually, when I trigger shit, I can actually like trigger things a lot better. Like the trigger code can be way cleaner than what it was. That's not a function. Realistically, I should make a base class for this guy. I actually don't know what this is. Basketball court mover, basketball mover component. Okay. Then we want to just say mover. Instant movement effects. Alright, let's close all of these. It's gonna get confusing. Jump shot. Is this one really bad? I don't think this one's too bad. No, it's not too bad. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Got our own function for that now. We can get we don't have to do this anymore. This is the code that needs to run whenever we hit the ground. So on player. Realistically, you know what? What was that? The block? Block. It's pretty much this logic right here. I'm gonna move this into the super because anything where I'm landing is, if I have a smart move, I might as well trigger the ship. So what we could do is make sure that we have a smart move. If we have a concept, a smart move equals friends start state. Yeah, this should be good. If we ever have a smart move, we need to trigger the action of it. And see now, this would be the kicker. We can do though, we can basically say like the smart move action tag, smart move action group. This is what makes this hard to do. But it's not too bad. We can just have a couple of gameplay tags here. I probably should have took the time to swap this over to. No, we'll do that tomorrow. I'll do that tomorrow when I redesign the smart moves. I'll swap everything over to enum and shit. Smart move. Might as well go all the way with it. Jump shot, grounded, shooting group. Okay. Go back. Save me a little bit of headache in the future. Locked moves. These shouldn't have nothing wrong with these. So we shouldn't really have to fuck with those much. This move is not even. It's not really even supposed to be here. Locked walking. I think that's it. We did gather, we did jump shot. The other, yeah, that's not it. The transitions are the problem. There's probably other problems too, but we did block. Transition needs to be a U base movement mode transition. Seems like that's the only problem there. Let's just close all of these. The fuck is that? Why do I have that as that? U base movement mode transition. And we don't actually need the simulation here. We just need the mover component. What? I don't think this transition is used. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is not used. But we use that. Okay. We having shit in here for no reason. Did I already do the block transition? Yeah, I did. Right, let me get that. Get out of the private folder. What's this? Fastball jump check. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think that this exists for the base movement mode, but like the regular, yeah, because here we're applying an impulse through like physics. You know what? Actually, this is applying an impulse to the physical object. So we actually want the mover component in this case. U basketball mover component. Sim Blackboard. We don't really need to do this here. We don't need to do this, and we don't need to do these things. Get out of there. You just use the mover component. I'm sure it's already right there. Where you at? know what? We don't need to do this. We don't need to do this, I don't believe. What does this do? No, this is just a dot product times the up direction. But I don't think this is this feels kind of weird. Add the local ground velocity to make the jump relative to the ground. See, I don't know if this is necessary for, because this is supposed to be like if the ground is moving, like if the ground is moving and I jump off of it, I jump off of the physical ground, not just move myself up. So I don't think that this is necessary. Because if I'm being honest with you, the dot product should be the forward vector of the normal of the surface, I want to say. But it looks like it's getting the velocity for, I don't know what the hell that function is for, to be honest with you. I don't think it's necessary here though. Oh, and this was the problem with layered moves. Once you set this layered move to override, this is not something that you can change. I don't think it's well, I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I might be wrong about that. Maybe not though. I could have sworn there was a problem when I was trying to swap this out. But maybe not. Let me not get distracted. Okay. Land check. Now I'm 100% expecting issues when I get back
Mats 1857.
in the editor.
Are you experienced with .vdb?
That sounds like a Houdini thing. VDBs? Like the volumes? Or is that something else? It's not something that I can think I've done before.
Mats 1857.
I don't think I've worked with
Yes.
it in a, like outside of using it to do like a voxel mesh of an asset. I haven't used them. Or I think the only other time I used VDBs was when I was learning how to mess with the hair tools for the MetaHuman groom tools inside of Houdini. But other than that, I really haven't used VDBs. I haven't really got into DOPS. I think that's what it is. The operators for, or is it POPs? I forget. So we don't need this to happen. This can just happen. Do we even need to do this land check? I don't think this land check is necessary anymore. Because in our movement mode, we just querying the floor. So yeah, I don't think we need to worry about landing. Again, I believe this is strictly for if there was a physics object so that you can transfer the physics to the object or do something to the ground object. So I don't think that this is necessary to like waste my time on. Populate land and event data. Yeah, a lot of this shit is like pointless to me. I'm pretty sure. Alright, close these again. And we just gotta make sure that ooh, there's probably a bunch of problems right here. Or did I fix these? Oh, nice. Let's go. I already fixed them, baby. Oh, that's supposed to be like my base transition class right there. Okay, let me lock in here. What we got? What we got left? Let's just redo this because I know I didn't change some of these to not be async. That's actual movement mode. I'm an idiot. Get rid of these. Okay. Defensive mode. Like that. Cool. Very simple. Dunk transition. The jelly. And if everything works right out of the box, I'm gonna be an excited person. But I'm expecting bugs. I'm expecting them. Ram, stop, start state. I'm expecting this to be foolishness when I get in the editor. A lot of lag. We'll test that single player first. Oh shit, nothing. Nice. As a single player, make sure that the functionality just works. Make sure that there's no weird shit happening. I ain't gonna lie to you. I don't think I changed this to it's a basketball transition. Nice. Wait, is this? Ah, you gotta be kidding me. Fuck. I thought I was golden. We want to actually use the mover component here. Get mover components. Include. That should be good there. Jump shot transition. Jump shot land check. This should be. I actually don't know what these are doing different. What the fuck was that? basketball. I think it's basketball move transition. Transition underscore. What did I call this? I know I have a landing check, right? Somewhere over here. Basketball move transition land check. I don't know what the difference is here, if I even need two of these. And then I definitely got to make sure I go in here and turn off, like get rid of all the chaos includes. Jump, block mode, smart move. We got a transition here that we got to clean up. I think that's it. No, the biggest thing is to go in and make sure that we don't have that include. Alright, let's see if this compiles. Holy moly. Might have finished this in under 5 hours. I'm quick. this is what's gonna break. This is why I would want to go to my back end and oh my god, and override the whatchamacallit. Override the initialize component. I would want to do this stuff by myself. And then call the U. You gotta be fucking kidding me. So yeah, when we get here, we call simulation init, and then just say if this is a U physics basketball simulation. Brother. Don't tell me this is inaccessible. Oh, okay. I see the problem. Why am I bullshitting here? Use basketball mover component, bro. Why the fuck do I? Why am I doing anything other than that? Wasting my time. thought I got that one already. Smart move does not have modified context. Oh, okay, we gotta, damn, I didn't edit this one? Okay. There is some work to do for this guy, because what I did for the modified context is whenever we, like, triggered a contact, I essentially told the character to stop, right here. I go from smart move to walk-in mode. So like if we ever overlap something, I go to from smart move to walk-in mode. One thing I could do is just if our I think there's an on movement mode activated too now. So like when this mode is activated, where does this get called up? Yeah, the mode gets activated. So we can do certain things here. We can like bind to delegates and shit like that. Yeah, that's fine. Hold on, I gotta do it this way. So we'll say if you capsule component. I wonder if it's you primitive component in this case. Component can overlap. I don't care. That shit is coding like C and shit. Oh, you know what? Since we're not in the output state, I can't actually do that. Fuck. Can't actually do that since we can't alter the output state. And it'll be a nightmare to try to track when the mode rewinds or rolls back. It'll be a nightmare to try to track that shit to keep it in sync. So the other side to this is to every step just trace where I'm at, pretty much. I would do it after this guy. So essentially I would do a capsule trace. Ugh, this is so ass. Oh, it's Kismet, right? Kismet. System. So the contacts were good because I can actually discern the like the vector of the forward vector of that thing, of that component. And actually this is kind of yeah, we can do this. The start would be, do I have the sync state in here at all? The output state, start sync state. I guess it would be best to do this at the beginning of the frame, like at the beginning, instead of at the end. Maybe. So anything that blocks world dynamic. Actually, I would prefer to put this on its own channel so that I can say this thing blocks it, this thing blocks it. I'm not going to do this right now because I don't have the brain capacity to think about that right now. I'm not even going to lie to you. I'm going to comment this out because I actually do need to look at that code to see the way that I handled the vertical axis. Let's check for ground. Check for ground doesn't need to exist, I don't think. Yeah. It will just get in the way. Let's give that another shot. There's certain things that right now my brain cannot think around. I know I need to make a collision channel for that though, because since we're not handling physical interactions between the players the default way, we don't need this. Yeah, if we hit the ground, so technically process landing should get us out of here. Oh no. You know what? I'm going to add this function to the simulation. Fucking God, where's my movie phone? There it is. Oh, that's temporary. Okay, if that's the case, we won't make this a cross reference. We'll break a bunch of other shits. I don't know if I can still launch the ball like this. I think I can, but we'll check. I think I can because it is still a physics actor, and like it still has the same. It has the same concepts. I want to say that I should be able to still launch the basketball, at least in single player. Multiplayer might be a little different. I'm pretty sure that the intended way to interact with this is to call add force, like the regular way of doing things, like get the actor, add force, and do that shit. Excuse me, correctly. Grounded did generate move entry. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Ball. Oh, nice. All right, let's see how much this shit breaks down in the editor. Come on, baby. All right, like I said, I am expecting foolishness, complete incompatibility. That's what I'm expecting. We'll see how it goes. Might not be too bad. My God, why does this level take so long to open? Don't got that much shit in there, do it? Yeah, that's not that big. Yeah. Basketball, PD, basketball. It references my character. Well, that's not too bad. Character's got to spawn, don't it? Okay. For sure, let me make sure that this blueprint compiles, because I'm pretty sure it's broken now. Because I changed the base type of something. Oh shit, maybe not. Oh snap. We got the physics back in. Let's go to the yeah, physics basketball back in. We keep everything the same essentially. Okay, we didn't do this for dunk. I don't know if dunk has this. Matter of fact, I think I'm checking for this manually. Oh geez, there it is. There go the errors. Chaos movement transitions need to have backend class that supports Says the owning actor has replicate movement property. The fuck? Oh yeah, that's so chaos mover needed that. And then what is it talking about? Which transition have whatchamacallit? I wish it would say which transitions. I'm pretty sure I changed all these transitions, bruh. Oh, I know which ones it is. It's the it's like the basic fallen checks. There's some other chaos mover fallen checks. Like a ground check. There's like a ground check. This one. This guy can go. Or we can swap this out for still got some in here. But where? Oh shit. That probably. I believe this is still. Oh no. Okay, I got that one. Ba-da-da-doo-doo. Okay, bullshit. Bullshit. Which transition, man? Oh, probably some of these. Basketball transition dribble mode. I thought I got to that one. Maybe basketball transition dribble mode is messed up. Nope. Okay, which one of these has a fucking physics transition still? Come on, man. I hope it's obvious which one it is that has no transitions. This has 3 transitions, but I swear I looked at it. Defensive mode, block. Maybe block is messed up. Seen that a few times. Nope, still using basement mode. Transition. So defense. Maybe basketball jump check is messed up. I thought I got to this one. Yeah, I did. Dunk has one transition. The jelly. Maybe I didn't get to the jelly. Ah, there it is. Okay, while I'm here, let me go ahead and add a edit project settings collision. Let's add a trace channel. We'll add a trace channel for what would I call this? Let's just call it smart move. 'Cause that's what I'll be looking for. Something that blocks smart move. And that's a player or whatever. Alright, let's okay, Epic. What's going on? Oh, God. Maybe 5.8.1 is fixing that. Restart the editor here. Epic, bro. We need to improve this engine. We need to. What are we doing? We're just removing it all, putting it all on 6. That's what I feel like they're doing. Taking all the tech debt, putting that shit all on 6. All right, so basically what I'm looking at today, in this, well, first, this was, how did this happen? Okay, and the orientation changed. So yeah, this is supposed to be here. And what happened to the orientation?
At John Dosantos
What is going on?
9178.
Should just be changing,
How much longer are you on for?
Limo, transparent. I'm basically about to test that the stuff that I've done is working, and then I'm done. Oh, come on. Is there another transition that is... okay, what could the other transition be? You know what? I should have done the smart thing and look for you, chaos. Transition. Inside of... What the fuck? Okay, that's not supposed to happen like that. This is supposed to go away if I click out of this. That is kind of annoying. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty much just about to double check that everything still works as is. Chaos, movement, mode, transition. And then I'm gonna take a break, play some video games, and then get started on the code that's got to be written for me to rework the animation system. Bro, what the hell? A 13. So we got dunk, jelly. Yeah, something ain't right. Something ain't right. Chaos. What's the name of this? Chaos, movement, mode, transition. This is what I'm looking for inside of my fucking files here. It says nothing found. Alright, let's go up. Oh, that's just private. Let's go here. Dunk! It's you, Dunk! It can't be you, Dunk! Yeah, I've actually moved pretty fast today for this, to swap this all over to default mover. I gotta do another thing. I gotta come into network prediction, put this on interpolated, as much as I don't want to. I still want the physics to be replicated because we're still going to use a physics basketball, but I read that I can use a predictive interpolated. I read that the ball can be predictive interpolated instead of resimulation. So I'll try that out. I'm gonna leave it resimulation just to make sure that I don't cause anything by changing stuff right now. And then I'm gonna test it as predictive interpolation. Well, first I gotta test single player, make sure everything just works naturally. Test multiplayer, make sure that things still function in multiplayer. I'm not too concerned about how it looks in multiplayer from another person's perspective. I just want to make sure that
John
it functions
Dosantos
properly.
9178. Don't predisinterp the ball.
Why not?
At John Dosantos 9178. It will be different positions on each client at speed with ping.
Okay. So still keep it resimulation. The thing is
John
though,
Dosantos 9178. If it needs to be very accurate, then it can be different positions.
yeah, what I read was if you leave it at resimulation, essentially what will happen is the player would release the ball and then it'll snap back.
Predictive interp I use for destruction.
Or it won't snap back, but like if I'm watching the player shoot the ball will snap.
It corrects the positions slowly over time.
Like when the resim comes down the pipe, the ball will snap to the correct position since I'm not forward predicting the other player's impact on the ball. You know what I'm saying? So I'll see them shoot the ball, like do the whole motion to shoot the ball, and the ball won't fly until the replication of the ball, like the resimulation of the ball comes down, and then I'll see it snap to the position where it's supposed to be at. It might not look too bad. Like I said, I'm gonna do a test with both to see what it looks like. This should compile now. There we go. Come on, Epic, bro. I need you to stop cock blocking me right now. I'm just trying to do a little test. See if everything still works. All the functionality still there. It shouldn't be. In my mind, nothing should go wrong here, but it's possible that shit will go wrong. Alright, standing alone here. Okay, my height didn't change, and I can't fucking move. Of course. I'm not picking up the ball, so nothing actually works. I wonder why is that the case? So nothing works. And I'm not getting any messages. So what's happening here? Let me take a look at something real quick. Ooh, I hope I have this plugin on in here. I think I do. I might be doing something wrong. Let's look at the extended pod. Walking has no transitions. Falling has no transitions. Yeah, transitions aren't here. I think it uses inputs for transitioning. So maybe let me see what movement mode I'm in at least. Basketball walking mode. It could be that shit, I'm not even hitting that movement mode. Maybe I am in Falling mode. What the fuck? What movement mode am I in? Oh. Okay, hold on. We still got a couple of things. This is set to simulate physics. What else is there? Replicate physics to autonomous proxy. Maybe, I think that might just be the only problem. But I'm not getting any movement mode triggered, which doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? Alright, let's go. Grounded, maybe? If I'm not having any movement mode working, what is that? My back end is this guy. Maybe mover is not initializing my state. Let's see. I'm in no movement mode right now. That's not triggering. This is not triggering? The fuck? Okay, what? This bitch ain't working? If this ain't working, that means nothing is running. So technically in the physics backend component, we should see this run. Yeah, that does run. We have a mover component. It's a character mover component. It should be a basketball mover component, but okay. How many movement modes do we got? Bitch, come on, man. Falling. Smart move. Yeah, those are all of our movement modes. Let's see if this happens. We do call this. Okay. What was that? We don't have a basketball player character? Who the what? No, what? What other character do we got? Mount outer is the mover component. Oh. Okay. So the owner, my outer is actually the mover component. Okay. Say less. So this is we need to swap these. So we need to say this needs to be by outer, which, yeah, that is true. And then this needs to be here from get owner. Okay, epic. Or rider. Come on, brother. Step it up. Step it up, dog. My thing is, well, I guess, yeah, this simulation, but it still should run. If that's the case, the simulation should still run. I don't have anything that's saying that, hey, if I don't have a this or that, don't process. I don't have anything like that. So technically the shit should still run. But we'll step through it again. Okay. Okay. So all of this stuff works now. Oh, I just skipped something. Hold on. I think we might have skipped over this part, the physics basketball. We still can't move here. I don't know what that's about though. Why aren't our simulation stuff running? Why isn't that shit running? We initialize the simulation, but none of the simulation is running. Yeah, this is not running. Where do you get called from? This gets called from the kinematic actor simulation. So do simulation tick is not getting called. What calls you? The mover network prediction liaison is doing that. Why is this not working? Okay. Huh. You would think that this component would run. It's there. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay. I need to call you network prediction initialize component. But realistically, what we could do is because I do want to call this here. I believe that's the thing, the problem. I was calling a actor initialize component. Ooh. Like I said, I expected problems. I didn't expect it to be smooth. But I don't expect it not to work. Like, I expect that I could do all of the functionality that exists. I don't think anything was like hard dependent on physics other than launching the basketball. And since I'm in standalone, that should function properly too. There she is. There we go. We're still not able to move. Not sure why. I don't know what movement mode we're in. We are in airborne somehow. Just not calling simulation tick. Movement mode block. The fuck? Okay. Where are we in the block movement mode? So let's see if we exit. We don't have a last movement mode. What would that be? Because the falling mode doesn't have that? One of these modes doesn't have that correctly. This has it. Okay, so let's start over. We'll disable some of those. So we do go to the falling mode, which takes us here. This is basically the falling mode. Uh-oh, I forgot to put this in one more place. But technically we should be walking. So we should go to basketball walking mode. And that is essentially the grounded basketball mode, I think. Yeah. So that should be the next thing we do. Max speed is 500. We got a moving component. Up vector. This is the simple walking mode, right? This is the... Okay. The outpropose move. Has direction intent. And the desired velocity is 500 in that direction. Then we output our linear velocity. No, I forgot about this. This generate walk move. there might be something in there that I need to do. But here I'm literally looking at me set the last movement mode. Oh, maybe I don't call the super in here. Oh no, I do. We call the super, we set the last movement mode. So technically we should be able to walk around. I don't see anything that's early and out over here. Capture final state. Okay, I mean, most of this looks pretty correct. Now, why I am not, you can see how quickly I'm turning, which is slow as shit. Removing. Hey, I can pick up the ball, but this crashes. Unfortunate. But yeah, I can't walk. And we definitely can't pick the ball up because this game ball is null. Which means that I probably have to rewrite all my code to not use. We can just keep a pointer to the actor, maybe. Maybe be the safest thing. But I'm kind of confused on why I can't move. And we turning slow than a bitch. Test this in a separate level because I don't know why. I'm not entirely sure why my character is not moving. Like why velocity is not getting applied to them, even though there's no early outs. So if either of these, we just zero this out. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that says like if I have 0 input velocity to early out of this. That's kind of weird. It might be the movement mode. I believe I was using the smooth chaos movement mode. Well, the movement mode works. So it might be something that I'm doing. What am I doing wrong? Here, let's try just a regular walking mode. Just put the basic one in there. Oops. I don't know what that is. What is going on there? What's going on with my capsule? Maybe there's some other settings that I fucked up. What could that be? Okay. So my grounded mode is not moving me, and then this one is like jittering me. Let me try another one. Just a regular walking mode. Yeah, something's going on with the capsule. Is it a collision setting or what's going on there? Smoothing, fixed. this is like all of the settings for mover. There shouldn't be. I don't see what could be causing that. It's not multiplayer that's causing that shit. Maybe I'm colliding with something? Is it possible that I'm colliding with something? I can turn on the player collision or something. The visibility for player collision. Maybe I'm colliding with something. Player collision. I'm not colliding with nothing. Not that I can see, at least. Yeah, not colliding, maybe. What's going on there? What the hell is happening here? I don't know what's happening, to be honest with you. It doesn't make any sense. Like, I'm expecting at least the movement to be. Got the input from all input producers. Is it possible that I'm removing shit that I'm not supposed to? I don't think there's any more settings. Like, I don't think there's any other places where the settings change. God damn, I don't know. I don't know why the capsule is like jitter bugging. Is this what you would talk about? But to me, this is like, it's not even a multiplayer thing. I know that this thing is no collision. What am I colliding with? The fuck, brother? Capsule is just jitter bugging. Enable gravity. Hold on, let's just take a look. Make sure I don't have any like weird physics settings that are still. Nah, it doesn't look like they got much different stuff in there. I got my own, whatchamacallit. Maybe I'm blocking something that. Nah, it's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, see, for me, this is grayed out. The simulate physics is grayed out, and it's true. So maybe this is happening? Why is this grayed out? Requires a physics asset set up in the skeletal mesh component. All right, hold on. Potentially, I think that could be the issue where my fucking mesh is simulating physics, and that's like not working well. That's not it. What the fuck could be happening here? Hey, I jump. The physics is all fucked up right now. Golly. What is it, man? What is that? Well, it's not the fact that my mesh is simulating physics. What could it be? I don't know. Like, it's doing that for all the movement modes. So it's not like it's a movement mode. It's something in the movement is like glitching me out. I wonder if it's the functionality that I have where every frame I'm trying to change the player's height. That's something that could be happening. Post, it's like post, mover post finalize. Is this having a problem? I wouldn't think that that would be the issue. Like to make the capsule jitter like that? I have no idea. We over 5 hours, so it's fine. We had a good point. I got to track down whatever that is. Well, if the shit I'm not even gonna test it in multiplayer if it don't even work in standalone. It's like no reason. Okay, that has nothing to do with it. We're just jittering all over the place. Maybe. I can't fathom what that could possibly be. Removing mode base. Okay, that's my own shit. Okay. So it says simulation start location. How often is this in there? It's often. It says simulation start location disagrees with actual component location. Indicates this component is out of bandwidth. The simulation may cause poor quality motion. So how is this happening? Simulation location disagrees. And in them. So which one is right? Simulation start location disagrees with the actual component location. What the fuck is going on? Am I doing something to fuck with the sync state? It's possible. It is possible in the simulation. Like in my physics simulation, it is definitely possible that on post simulation advance, I'm like overriding something, like maybe right here. So just to let me see, 'cause like I said, I might be overriding some shit somewhere. We know it has nothing to do with the scale, so we can add that back. My character doesn't scale there. And so this is still a problem. It's not as bad. It's still bad, but something is definitely going wrong here. What could that be that's doing that? Like what is trying to move me? It has to be something in this simulation though, because that's where everything is being done at. So for now, I'm going to fucking disable everything. We'll disable this too. I don't know what's causing that. Like what could be stopping the movement, but something is stopping it.
At probably Scholar. WSP.
What's up, Scholar? Yeah, this looks at the starting state. And it gets the component transform, checks if it's equal to the starting state. What? How is this possible? How is that possible? I mean, technically I could do this to see what the movement is supposed to look like. One thing that I know is like, okay, we're not even accepting the external movement. Yeah, it's just bad. I don't know what's causing that to get so out of. Maybe it's something that I'm doing in the movement mode that's not calling this finalize weird though. One thing that bothers me is that we don't actually scale up my fucking, or maybe I do, I just don't know. Oh yeah, his scale is up. Yep, the scale got scaled up. So we actually are scaling the character. I just don't see it.
Probably Scholar. Is there a common reason for stat GPU command to not work?
Not that I know of. It should work, you know. Like it doesn't show up. I've never seen that before. That one I have not seen before.
Probably Scholar. All the stats just say 0.
The hell? Nah, I've never seen that before. So what could be causing me to... What could possibly be causing me to not have consistent movement? Especially if I'm using Epic's movement modes. So I know it's not my own logic. I'm using their movement modes. Something else has to be happening. I turned off the physics for this guy. There's no physics. There's nothing odd. Maybe I turned physics back on somehow. Maybe on begin play or something. I simulate physics again. No.
Probably Scholar.
Not simulating physics.
It's always the weirdest stuff happens to me, lol.
Yeah, that's something that I've never seen happen, where the stats aren't saying anything. Shit. Maybe your game, man. Maybe your game is just running that good. No, but your game is just running so good that the stats can't even find anything. Shit is just optimized out the wazoo. Yeah, I don't know what is causing my movement to get out of sync like that.
Probably Scholar.
And then I'm looking at the fucking, like, look at this. Simulation start location. This shit is identical. The fuck? This is identical. Okay. Oh, no, it's not. So this is 5558. How is that happening, bro? No idea how that's happening. All right. I'm gonna try this other walking mode again. I just don't see how that's possible. There's nothing else getting in the way. It happened after I scaled though. $998. Yeah, how is this possible? How is this possible? I gotta Google this because I don't know how this is actually possible in standalone. I'm gonna play as a client because I want to see, just experiment here. Oh geez. So something's wrong with this. Why not? This should definitely exist. If this is getting garbage collected, I'm angry. Oh my god, brother. I should say it again, I expected issues. It's not too bad though. At least all the code stuff is done. But now we gotta figure out why some weird shit has happened. It's like I'm not too concerned about the multiplayer stuff. Like that should get changed because ultimately I have to end up changing the smart move system anyway since we're not doing the physics thread shit. But the movement as a standalone being jittery is like, that is so foreign. That should never happen. It doesn't make sense how it's even possible. I'm using a Unreal Engine movement mode. I don't think I have anything in my simulation that is like stomping the data or removing the data in any way. There might be something. I don't know if there is like some kind of code running. It wouldn't be here. This doesn't do anything with the output data. This just messes with the just I don't even think this does anything. Yeah, this doesn't do anything.
That's probably Scholar. Could it be an collision issue?
Maybe. I don't know though. I could do a chaos visual debugger to see if I am colliding with something. But yeah, we're not doing any extra code here other than this, but this has nothing to do. Maybe actually. This might be doing something. Technically, this will be returning if this particle is null. Matter of fact, how is this code running but picking up the ball wasn't? That's weird. Here, I'm gonna just get rid of anything that could possibly be a problem. So technically, all we should be doing in tick, I mean, all this is doing is just updating data. It's not really doing much. And then the only thing we should be doing is what we're already doing. What the fuck? Oh yeah, this is not doing anything. That's fine. Maybe it's a collision problem though. I don't know. We gonna see. Ugh. I did expect issues. I didn't expect weird issues. I expected, like, you know, maybe I can't activate a smart move or crashes because I'm trying to pick up the physics ball, but the movement system not working is kind of unexpected. Me jitterbugging all out of nowhere is kind of unexpected. The fuck? Okay. Oh my god, I forgot I was still playing as a client. Son of a bitch. Ugh. Come on, man. I didn't change much code. Fucking commented out 2 lines of code. Oh my fucking god, man. Thank you. Shit always go wrong when you're in a rush. I bet you if I was getting paid for this job, like if I was doing a job, shit would just be working. I wouldn't have to be. I'd have to find work to do.
At probably scholar. True LOL. If I was sitting on somebody's 8-hour clock, I'd be bored as fuck because all my work would just everything would just magically happen perfectly. But since I'm on a deadline, not getting paid for this shit, everything wants to break. No. Everything takes forever. Look at this. Level's not even that large. It is a larger level than this one, but holy shit. See what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Do you know what I'm saying? At probably scholar. Murphy's Law.
Okay, so this is with pretty much all of the code gone. Like, I'm not doing anything extra here. I'm not using anything different. I'm actually
using one of Epic's movement modes, so it's not even my movement mode. I actually have no idea. And my current patience level is probably not gonna be able to figure this out. I knew it was too good to be true that I was working so fast. Oh yeah, let me see if I'm colliding with something. Maybe that's it. See if we can run a chaos visual debugger. See if I'm like hitting something. Take a look. Or can I just... I'm not hitting anything. Maybe am I colliding with those? Whoa, when they add this? What is this? Query only, no. I think this says query only, no collision. No physics collision. So I don't think it's a collision issue. It literally feels like a movement issue. What the? What the fuck? This has no physics, right? Collision and physics. I mean, technically, yeah. Query and physics, yeah. They should be colliding with the world. Maybe it doesn't need that? Hold on. No idea, man. The fuck? I would assume that it's something with the physics that I just forgot to turn off. But yeah, collision enabled, query and physics, that's the same. We pretty much got the same collision channels here. So I have no idea what's happening. I ain't even gonna front. I was hoping that it was because my mesh was simulating physics or something like that, but that's not the case.
I don't fucking know, dude. Oh, idea. It doesn't make any sense. It's like we're like jittering left and right somehow. Like we take 2 steps forward and then another step back. But again, I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing a single thing here. No layered moves. There's nothing going on that would lead me to the solution of why this is having an issue. That shit don't make no sense, bro. Come on, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. I've been feeling like I can't catch a break. I'm a strong-minded motherfucker, bro. Because I want to figure this out. It's not like making me want to quit. It's making me mad. Shit is making me mad as fuck. But golly, why would I randomly be
probably scholar.
Jittering?
Took me an hour to figure out my easy ballistics bullets, which is free ballistics plugin, were colliding with the player start capsule thingy.
No. Yeah, I wish I had a problem that was like that. Like something that made sense. But yeah, I'm using a default walking mode. I'm not stomping the data anywhere. Like I don't have any code that stomps the movement data or moves the component in any way. I legit don't have any code that should trigger whatever is happening there. Not in here for sure. This is mostly like helpers and shit. Yeah, I don't know, man. I said it would make sense if it only happened in my movement mode, because then I could track it down based on my movement mode. But that's not the case. The shit is happening with like movement modes that I haven't even touched. And I'm like I said, I'm not calling any of my code right now. So none of these functions, well, other than like these functions, but these don't do anything. Like, it'd literally just be like a sanity check. But helper doesn't do anything unless I try to pick up the ball. It's literally just, it doesn't do anything. Maybe this is happening, but if this was the case, I would still be moving. I
I highly doubt anything like this is happening. Because I'm not picking up the ball, but there's potential that some shit is going wrong like that. Yeah, I'm at a loss for words. So that's code that changes the movement mode. Like I said, there's no code anywhere that stomps out the fucking mover sync state. Wait. I do take that back. I go to the mover default sync state. I think. No, when I updated the 5.8, I didn't. I'm pretty sure I changed this shit to default. F mover default sync state. I mean, even the thing that I'm thinking about should reconcile. Yeah, this is default now. So I haven't even touched this. And this only matters in multiplayer, so that's not even possible for that to affect me. Only thing I can think is like something in the, like I said, these don't do jack. They're literally not doing anything. So I could take a look and see what's happening here, maybe. Maybe there's something that is stomping. Bro, no, there's nothing. I don't even think simulation tick is called anymore on the mover component. This is bothering me, man. I don't think that I'm doing anything to this function either. I'm almost 100% sure that I'm not doing anything there. Oh shit, that's not getting called. Oh. Says if these are equal, set frame for state. If not, we update. So if this is equal and this is, if these are not equal and this is not equal, set it. And then if that's not the case, we update the cache state from the state. So this just basically writes it. So I'm guessing this is happening when I move. That shit is not even happening when I move. So, what? So this never gets called. Even though it's, hold on. So something is happening post finalize. Where's that shit at? Let's see if that hits. There is another function I just saw on post simulate. Something is happening, bro. Now where's that thing that warned me? The log that warned me. Hold on. This log right here. Where the fuck does this happen at again? It happens here. I used to just happens on do simulation tick. Prepare state data for a new frame. Just copies. So how the fuck are we getting external changes? Maybe this is always wrong. I don't get how that's possible, because in order for this to happen, that means we would have to trigger that shit from the cache state. Like that, in my mind, is impossible for this to happen. Something is rubbing wrong. So back to this mover component, because in my mind, the way that this works is not here, but there's another function I was just looking at, the set frame state from context. So this gets called in two different places. So if we have something wrong, this would run on finalized frame. At the end of the frame, if our component in our what could that be? If our component in our sync state are out of sync, this would fire at the end of the frame. So something is happening here, maybe? I don't fucking know when this is happening. There's something happening in between the end of this frame and the top of the next frame. Which is impossible. Like, this is impossible. I mean, it's improbable, because obviously it's happening. But if at the finalized frame, if I don't trigger this, that means that my state is thinking that my capsule and my sync state came up with the same results. I'm confused. Let me check something though. Let's do this check where we eliminate my shit altogether. So we just go to default mover stuff. We don't do anything with my code whatsoever. Just to verify that it is my code that has the issue. And then just to be safe here, we'll go fallen mode. Like regular fallen mode, regular walking mode. Nah, it's not just me. It must be my character, bro. It must be my character. Something is going on with my character, maybe. But what could that be? What could that be? Because if I swap my pawn out, like if I play with this pawn, which that might break. So yeah, it's not even the code thing. It just might be my pawn. But what's different about my pawn? None of this stuff is like movement. Maybe I have like some shit that happens. Maybe I did something. Maybe my character is a physics body. Nah, I don't have that. It should be a capsule, yeah, just a capsule. Begin play, nothing crazy. Tick, nothing crazy. Possessed, nothing out of the ordinary. Input, nothing out of the ordinary, just handling my move inputs. This wrap. Oh, okay. with my pawn. Maybe it goes deeper than. Maybe it goes deeper. Nothing. None of this stuff is active. I know that this really doesn't have anything. I think this just has all my components. Mover stuff. I'm not gonna lie, I have no idea what's going on. It has something to do with my pawn though. I just don't know what it is. I had a warning saying that replicate movement was on and it'll cause a problem. Maybe I need to turn this off. Maybe it was that. Maybe it was the fact that I had resimulation turned on. Damn, one could be hopeful, right? Damn it, man. Well, one step closer. That was something that needed to be turned off. Trying to see the differences between my shit and their shit. Physics. Mesh is post physics. During physics for the capsule. Pre-physics for the base actor, the mesh, I don't know what else I'm doing wrong here. Enable gravity is turned on. And simulate physics. Like I said, I don't know why this is grayed out for me. I can't tell if this is mostly animations at this point. Let me test something real quick. Just sanity checks. Yeah, I don't know, man. I have to look at this a little bit later. Gotta do like research to see what's actually going on, because I don't actually know why that's broken. No idea, brother. Alright. I'm gonna call that. Because I can't think of a problem. I gotta take a break, step away, put some food in my stomach, play some video games, get my mind off of this project for a little bit. And then we could come back to it. I don't know. Like I'm still like right now I'm still trying to figure it out, but I really can't fathom how that's possible. But appreciate everybody. Peace.